I think he knew that I meant business. Tell you what, you never know what you're gonna expect.
I heart you. That's all you're getting for Valentine's Day.
Alrighty. I accept. There's some of your buddies there, Dimitri. Are those? Yep. Wow. I should have had my phone out for that landing. That was totally awesome. I wonder if these two are going to land. Nope. They're somewhere else. Hey, can you all do that again? I didn't have my camera out. Oh, here we go. It is still there. All right, you ready for it? Ready? See it? Bikes are better. I think. So anyways, I'm just out for a little slow ride around the neighborhood. Like I said, I didn't even put shoes on. I got my flip-flops on still. Making Terry proud out here.
Ooh, the doghouse is busy too. Ooh la la.
Hey guys, what's going on? What are y'all doing? Oh, you coming after me? Uh-oh. I think I'm gonna get attacked. Yeah. No. Yeah, leave. Yeah, leave. Yeah, I know. Dimitri, call your buddy over here, tell him to go away. Yeah, go. I'll stand my ground if you stand yours. No. Don't come back.
Right. So I picked her up from school today and I took her to her guitar shop and bought my daughter a new guitar. So she's going to learn to play guitar. And then as we were going home, I was telling her about this diagnosis from this doctor, about the kind of unsaid depression, thing. And I told her, I always try to find a way to get a laugh out of my kids. And so I said, you know what I think she was really saying? I think she was really saying that I need a good cry. I rephrased it to my daughter and I said, you know what I really think? I think I just need to go out in the middle of the field somewhere, and I need a good scream. That's what I need. I need a good scream. It's been a long time since I've just had a good scream. Hey Chris, you're in the new kit tonight.
Oh yeah.
On my streams, you're known as the guy. They say I'm going for the guy in the green.
I do have the green shorts. Yeah. Yeah.
They're like, he looks fast. Well, I'm going for that guy.
Oh, dang.
Sit, no, sit. Good girl. Yeah, that's good. Go sit. Sit. Good. Okay, Marley. All right.
Power Karma but said, switching to live scene. Scene successfully switched to live. Power Karma said https://artiro.com/twitch:4941244012.
All right. Let's get going. it feels pretty good. The last couple of times I've tested it, everything seems pretty stable, solid. So I've done some shorter rides today. I'm going to try a little bit of a longer one. See how things go. And I think I fixed the problem with why my stream, the video kept dropping out. I think it was a cable. So I got a new cable on, so it seems less susceptible to all this road vibration right now. So we're gonna actually head to and through the mountains today and see if I think the biggest determining factor is going to be just me physically.
Cinesolver said stability looks fine. Using Moblin?
No, Bella Box Orange Pi with the DJI Action 4. No Moblin. Not a big fan of using Moblin for this type of stream yet. I'm okay with it, like doing walking around, things like that. It's things where I want like a quick setup, plug and play, just go. But when I do something like this where I feel it's important to show the solar trailer and everything is going on, I'm okay with a little bit more elaborate setup on the stream because everything's just held in the back of the trailer. Taking kind of a long way to get to the canyon. You can actually just kind of like diagonal through the city, but I'm going this way intentionally to get a little bit more miles, and plus I want a little bit more smoother road, going all the way around versus trying to ride trails in the city means it's going to be like more bumps and everything else, and it's like right here is just smooth pavement. Now I got less rattling and shaking and jarring and everything going on back there. So it'll be a smoother ride if I just take this long way of come up and around rather than diagonal through the city.
City Soldier said, are you fully loaded up?
I wouldn't say fully. I mean, I got a good amount of weight between toolkit and water jugs. I mean, if I was going to add anything else for an overnight stay, it would be just a bag with, you know, some couple of shirts and a couple of shorts. You know, not much more. So I'm about loaded up close to what I would do if I was going to go out for a couple of days. I probably got a little more tools than I need in the back. Board. There's going to be a lot of people getting in trouble with speeding today. The Sandia police really like to patrol and catch people all over this road here.
Said, long live the solar tour.
Long live the solar tour. What's up, man? How you doing? I'm gonna try to put in a long one today, Eric. I've been doing these short ones, which is almost fully unjustified of carrying all this stuff. But you know, the intent was testing. So today we're gonna try our best to get a long one in. I'm gonna go over that way and through the mountains and through the mountains today. We'll see how it goes. I'm more concerned about this today. I worked on this hip all morning between foam rolling, stretching, hoping that it doesn't lock up and tighten up on me.
Aaron Tennant said nice.
We'll see how far we get today. I'm gonna shoot in my mind, I'm thinking Moriarty, but
Aaron Tennant said I'm in the rest before the tour.
when do you all leave? And obviously, I don't think Brunel live streams, right? So everything's gonna be just, you all are just gonna be videoing and documenting, and we have to wait for the goodies. Is that right? We have to wait for the goodies. Man, that sounds a lot of fun too. I wish I could join in on something like that.
Aaron Tennant said 4 or 5 days, I hope.
4 or 5 days, okay. Gotcha. It'd be cool if you all could live stream that. You need me to join along so we can live stream. Catch all the adventures in real time. All right, well, I guess I gotta come around on your left here. On your left here. Wow. A lot of storage. I mean, you know what's going to be difficult is shoot, whether you shoot all the time or, you know, do you try to do clips, but, you know, it's going to be, the bummer about like just not recording all the time is catching those random moments, you know? And then of course if you shoot all the time, you got an F ton of content to go through and edit. Yeah, there we go. See, there's the, that's why you don't speed on this road, folks. The Sandia police here, they don't mess around. I wonder if it's going to be that Jeep that flew by me earlier. Let's see here a little bit.
Aaron Tennant said I active edit style recording everything would be held to edit in 4K.
Active edit style. Okay. I'm gonna guess that that means you're doing certain cues and things during the video that help with editing later on. Okay. This should only be like 4 or 5%. Why am I struggling to get up this hill? I've learned that this bike does this thing where if I'm putting down torque, like it tends to like match it in some capacity, but I've also learned that there's actually this bit of this soft pedaling. So after I've torqued for a while and I just soft pedal, it's like it just starts to pick up speed. So I'm like doing almost no pressure on the pedal. It's I noticed that I was playing around in the programming the other day, and I noticed that as I was kind of paying attention to the graph, I was looking at this one little spot and I was like, does that mean that I could actually lay off the torque, like pedaling hard, and it's almost like it turns into cadence sensing versus torque sensing? And sure as shit it does. Must be the wind. My dibs. Hello, hello.
My mind is I'm going, so I only record what I think will be watchable. I have to rethink ahead of what I'm doing to set up the shots.
Gotcha. Okay. I imagine you're taking the drone as well, right? That'll be cool, like catching some overhead shots of the two of you guys riding together side by side stuff. Follow me mode. Man, my phone is so dirty I can't even see the screen.
all because of one which looked like insignificant wrong turn. The added 8 miles to the distance I had to ride. Take that. I only planned a 15-mile trip.
Well, this one has both.
Eric Tennant said he great as a cameraman. Hope he willing to share video.
Yeah, so I'm not sure where the comment came from, but this
Soldier said what motor?
it's the BBHSD, but it has both. It has, I'm not shitting you, I was wondering why it's got, on the programming, it has like a dual setting. So it has both. I missed another one about. Oh shit. I screwed up everything. Yeah, great cameraman. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Not only an excellent writer, he's also great at filming. There's no doubt. I caught that, Eric. There's like 3 comments that came in at once there. Yeah, so whoever made that comment, I can't remember who it was. But yeah, it's I looked at the programming and I figured out you can actually control based on how you're pedaling on whether it's doing torque or cadence. Like, unlike my other 2 bikes, e-bikes, where the bigger Nyrika mid-drive one is torque, the other full suspension one is cadence, and they ride completely different. But I figured out how to make this bike ride like both, and it all has to do with whether I'm pedaling into the drive and applying torque and it's giving it to me, or if I just back off a little bit and just soft pedal, and then it's like picking up like cadence. And it's actually in the programming, the software. You could actually see the little sine wave kind of thing. It's not really a sine wave, but it's a plot that shows the programming. Yeah, in fact, in the programming, you can actually change it from dual to torque or cadence, but it's set on dual. to change the spacing on that front chain ring. Needed to go into the bottom bracket. Here's the bottom bracket a little bit. There's a lot of bend when I want to use the low gears. Well, as I thought, I think my body's going to give out before equipment does. I just got to get used to being back in the saddle for day after day and long period of times. And it could just be the saddle. You know, I don't have my usual saddle on this bike. You know, my thought was just leave this one on. It's a little bigger, it could be a little bit more comfortable, but it genuinely is not. It is not. So it's already like wreaking havoc on my hip, my legs. Nobody's in a waving mood today. Nobody wants to wave at the nerdy guy pulling a trailer with a 200-watt solar panel. He's got cat ears on his helmet. I got from dressing like a pro racing cyclist to one of the nerdiest guys out on the road. Oh man, my shirt's not buttoned up. Need to button my shirt up. Yeah, I think it's the seat is just not doing the job. See there? I'm soft pedaling. And it's working by cadence instead of torque. If I switch back to torque, pretty nifty, I think. All right. I'm gonna stop right here really quick. Just take a quick peek at all the equipment. Quick. Give my arse a break. Let's see what our solar panel's doing. There we go, 1.4 amps going in, which is good because the sun's like off at an angle. It's not directly over the top of us yet. I could probably, I didn't bring the wedges. So there's not going to be any like optimizing or anything like that right now. Oh. I got to remember to throw the wedges or just leave them in the trailer. Okay. Let's get going. So we're really not picking up a whole lot of solar input right now. In fact, when I came to a stop and quickly looked down there, the amps going out to the battery was only like 0.7 amps. And as soon as I stopped it, you know, you could see it like it was like coming up. So it's not going to be till later on in the day that we start getting some really good sun on that panel. Enjoy, this is going to be fun. Trail closed up here. Let's see here. This lane is closed, but I wonder, do we have a bike lane still or not? Nope, we gotta go on the outside. Okay. There we go. Oh wow, they even detoured the bike lane. That's nice. Thank you, City of Albuquerque. Highway Department. They actually even detoured the bike lane. Come on, light. Oh. Oh shit. Ooh. You know what sounds good right now? Egg McMuffin. I don't know why, but it sounds good. And I ate a huge breakfast too before I left. I didn't even know that my belly could hold one, but it just sounds good. What happened to the chat? Oh, come on. What's going on? There we go. All right, I got YouTube back. Camping gear. Oh man, I just realized that the YouTube chat wasn't coming through. Something's broke. I'm gonna have to reset this app. Let's see here. What did Eric say? Okay, man, I gotta catch up on some chat here. Shaved the. All right, Eric. Holy. Well, I gotta reset my app to. I can't read all that. Let me see what's going on here with my app. All right, here it comes. YouTube chat spamming on deck. Oh God, it's going to repeat everything. You all hear that?
Actually full battery after a ride, so seems plenty, haha. Aaron Tennant said it's been a while now since I've done backpacking without the trailer. Weight is getting better with the 21,700 weight savings over 80,650 batteries. PT Zepgrin said I shaved the 6 pounds for solar with making my tent and sleep system smaller and lighter. Not in a hurry. Summer. Aaron Tennant said LOL, we'll see how the power goes once I'm riding with Lucas Brunel. He liked to go fast. IDK. I did tell him 20 miles per hour is best for touring range. Aaron Tennant said lights. Aaron Tennant said I wish more companies would send me camping gear. The upgrades I want are too expensive. PT Zepgrin said beavers and dogs.
Beavers and dogs. That's a way to end the chat spam. It's a bummer that that app dies like that once in a while. Because then when you got to reset it, it repeats everything on the YouTube chat. Yeah. Well, what's funny is that it's not repeating the Twitch. It doesn't repeat the Twitch chat. It only repeats the YouTube. But from my understanding, the people that are programming that app, which is called what's that app called? IRL Link. There's shenanigans with, you know, Google's proprietary, you know, all that bullshit, you know, with the API, you know, other smart computer bullshit words I can make come out of my mouth. They're having trouble with those servers where they pull that. And so it seems like they have to continuously make updates. Well, it won't be too long and we'll be heading into the canyon, but I have the feeling that, I don't know, I can't tell. Oh, shit. I can't tell if I'm going to be going into a headwind in the canyon or not. Generally, it's always a... That's what, and that's what I think they're always dealing with on this app. Because I do belong on their Discord, and there's several Discords I belong to that are all related to IRL. So that's Moblin, of course, Bellabox, IRL Link. There's a few others, but they're constant battle. Well, this one here, their constant battle is YouTube. Twitch is easy, you know, because there's several apps that have been doing Twitch's chat for a long time. But as people are trying to expand into pulling in Kick and YouTube and Rumble, you know, it seems like they're all not as user-friendly from the programmer perspective, I guess. I actually have more viewers on YouTube today than I do on Twitch. I think at one point there were 4 or 5 on YouTube, and there's only been like up to 3 or 4. Where usually on a Saturday, I've got between 10 and 12 on Twitch. But I've noticed that Twitch just seems like it's been slow lately. Like, it seems like now that we're in the nicer weather, maybe people are actually getting out more. I remember we moved to New Mexico. When we first moved here, we lived downtown with my grandfather for a bit. Then we eventually moved out to West Side, Westgate. And then we moved up here to the Northeast Heights. Up here, is coming up here, Copper and Tramway. But I remember when we moved up here to the Heights, this here was just a 2-lane road. And it was a rough 2-lane road. It wasn't even like a nice. I mean, so we're talking, what year would we have moved up here to the Heights? Late 70s? Late 70s, you know, like 78, 79, somewhere in there. And these big wooden catwalks weren't even around then. I do remember when they started putting them up though. Holy shit. For not getting a whole lot of solar in today, I mean, not that the sun's not covered by clouds, it's just not optimal angle right now. And for all that climbing I did back there, that 6% grade climb, sitting at 82% battery right now. And I'm riding a pretty high level of assist right now. I'm trying to be careful with the amount of work that I put in, because I do want to try to make it for a long ride. And if I go too hard too early, then no matter how much I boost the assist up, I'm gonna peter out towards the end. So trying my best to keep a good balance of my level of effort versus how much the bike is giving me. Especially going through the mountains today. The GD-MBR. GD-MBR. The GD-MBR. What the heck is that? GD-MBR. I feel like I should know what that is. Right. Tour Divide. Okay. So are you gonna? So you know the divide is further west of here. Where do you plan? So if you're gonna, are you coming here? And then, what are you going to do? Are you going to head south into Mexico and pick it up, or are you just going to pick it up here and head up? Hang on, y'all. Snot rocket's coming. Okay, interesting. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, what would you do? from here, since it's further west, are you just gonna head from here to go? Or is the train dropping you off further out that way? Because yeah. So you're coming in by train here, which that sounds pretty damn cool. I want to live stream doing a train trip sometime. So you're gonna ride west, pick it up there, and then start heading up, or are you going down? Are you going up towards Canada or headed down towards Mexico? One of the bots got me. You're lucky my moderator's not around to boot you. Whoa. Oh, gotcha. Holy shit. I just saw there was a huge tack sticking straight up right there. I just saw it. I should probably won't be able to find it. I was thinking I should go back and save some other cyclists from running it over. Wouldn't it? Okay, so Grants doesn't have it, but I wonder if Gallup, 6.5 dozen. I mean, come to Albuquerque, have some good food, and then start your ride. I would like to try that sometime, but I need to start figuring out how much I can start riding on my own without an e-bike is what I need to start figuring out. I know that when I do Zwift at home, I'm usually good for the 45 minutes or an hour, depending on, what zone I'm in, what level of intensity. I envy you on that. I have a friend, he just posted on Facebook today, he is going to start, oh gosh, what route is he doing? I think he's riding that route, okay? But I'm trying to remember where he's picking it up at. I'd have to think about it. My brain, it's gonna hurt my brain trying to think about it. But he announced where his wife is gonna go drop him off where he's gonna pick up the trail, but he plans to ride it again. But he's one of those guys that fully decks out his bike and everything. He's done it all the way. I think he's done it both ways. So from Canada to Mexico and Mexico the other way. He's one of those kind of guys that, where we have a certain level of insanity built into us, Oh, nice. That sounds like a lot of fun. I would really like to get into that kind of riding someday. I just need to get myself, first of all, I need to get myself past this doing multiple days with the solar trailer, which my first big event is going to be riding from here to Las Vegas, Nevada. I need to get past that first. Gosh darn it. I swear the light timing is impeccable today. Sounds like a lot of fun though. I was looking at Lee's, that's the guy's name, Lee. I was looking at his bike. He showed a picture of it, and Man, he's got it decked out. He is in for the long haul. He was telling me, he's actually a good friend of mine. He used to own the bicycle that sponsored the racing team I was on. Yeah, that's kind of been my big thing, is because for one, like, I'm willing to put in some work, but at the same time, the blood clot in my leg kind of takes what my level of fatigue is going to be. so I made sure to build this thing here with plenty of battery power as a just in case, you know. But Lee, this guy that's doing that trail here, I think he's starting today. But he did the whole trip one time from Mexico up, and he ran into our former governor of New Mexico here, Gary Johnson. I'm sure some of you know. He's went for presidential candidate a couple times for the Libertarian Party. But he's the coolest guy you could ever meet. I met him at the airport once and sat next to him on an airplane ride once. But I guess Lee ran into him out on that Continental Divide once. All right, let's see if we can get on over here. Yeah, that's what everybody tells me too about that trail, that there are different places where there are people that are providing breakfast and stuff like that. Sounds like some cool shit. Imagine after you've been out there for a long time and not seen humans for a while, it's probably spirit raising to see an encampment of people there to cook you breakfast. Well, I can definitely feel the temperature coming up. Man, I may have to stop again at some point and stretch my hip because it just feels like it wants to lock up. Ugh. Nice. I like that term, trail magic. Speaking of people that are fully equipped, there's somebody in front of me they look like they are loaded on that bike. Let's see if I could actually make this light. Yeah. This guy's loaded. Hello? All right, here we go, everybody. We are leaving the city limits and heading into the canyon. It's the first time I've taken this bike and trailer this way. Grants, we're going the wrong way. Grants is that way. I almost wanted to go that way today. That is actually going to be the first trip that I do. Like, as far as trying to do 80 some miles, 80 plus miles, stay over and then ride back home. That's going to be my first testing of a couple things. One, equipment shakedown, live stream capabilities, all that. Hey, Wow So Clutch, how you doing? And then also, how am I going to respond to doing 2 big days back to back? So I got to get myself used to being able to do big days back to back, so that way I can get myself up to the point where I can do back to back days, 80 to 100 plus miles, up to 7 or 8 days.
PT Zebrin said I live in a 4080 a day category car.
40 to 80. Yeah. I pretty much figured out if I'm going to make this Vegas thing happen, I got to be able to do between 100 to 120 a day. And that's going hotel to hotel. That's not camping. I've streamed coming this way before, you also, there should be little to no loss of stream today. And, oh, it is nice, man. It is super. It's supposed to get up to 80, over 80 today, I think. Oh yeah, I believe it. I think it's going to be soul crushing. A bed, yeah. Yeah, you know what though, Wow So Clutch? Those windy days are great for stealing people's KOMs. I can think of a few that I have under my belt that, you know, besides just raw power, I also used I kind of went out purposely knowing like, holy shit, the wind's blowing 40 miles an hour. I could probably steal some KOMs today. I have one that I don't think anybody's ever going to take from me. But there's people that have, I keep getting warnings for this one that I keep losing, but it's always because somebody had just finished riding their bike on the Alameda or the Bosque, not the Bosque, the Bosque del Apache bike path. They load up their bike on their car and they forget to turn their Garmin shit off. And so on their drive home to head up that road to the freeway, they steal my KOM. And I could always tell because it's like by 20 seconds, 26 seconds and stuff like that. But there's one reason why I know they'll never take it is because the day that I took it, the wind was blowing probably 30, 35 miles an hour to the east. And I was on my time trial bike with full disc. I was on my time trial bike with the full disc on the rear. Full disc on the rear. I had set up for that, and I was probably cruising easily 40 miles an hour through that segment. So on top of just sheer raw power, I think my output was probably 400, I think it was around 400 watts. I'd have to go back and look at it. $400 watts, and sorry, I lost my train of thought. 400 watts of output power plus 35, 40 mile an hour headwind or tailwind. Yeah, so there's no way anybody's gonna be stealing that one from me anytime soon. There's a lot of people out here in the canyon today.
Wasatch said just before the pandemic I had a flight planned to Arizona. I was going to the Grand Canyon Regional Park. Wasatch said but it got cancelled last minute. PT Zebrin said I can push 400 for about 45 seconds.
45 seconds? That's a good amount. Hello, hello. That's a bummer. Canceled the rim to rim. My wife has done it.
Wasatch said it's okay. I will try again.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I'm not going to complain about this right now.
Wasatch said the flight from Edmonton to Arizona is normally cheap in the winter. Wasatch said so lots of people fly out.
Oh.
Wasatch said but travel is obviously kind of weird at the moment.
I'm feeling like I need a break here soon. I'm gonna wait till I get into to Jerris. That's not the way you say it. But I think I'm gonna stop there for a break for a little bit.
The Shadler workers said cars really speeding on this road. Wasserklotch said okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that. People don't normally speed on this road, but apparently people are racing each other to before this thing here narrows down to a single lane over here. So. I would say that if you can do rim to rim, you know, my wife, she loved that. But of course, she also went out with her best friend.
Said, did you need a lucky chain ring or did the stock one work with your chain line?
No, I changed to the one that Bafang is Bafang, but it actually is really nice. It's actually it's a two-piece. I was
Wasserklotch said I would like to do Flagstaff and a few hikes.
I thought it was going to be a one-piece, but it's actually a two-piece. It's really nice, but it just needs to go in just a little bit so that the lower gears, there's not as much bend in the chain. Flagstaff, I've never done Flagstaff. If you're talking about snow bowl, I don't know. I imagine there's probably walking, running trails, but I've done snow bowl in Flagstaff a couple of times as a bike race.
Wasserklotch said that sounds fine.
It wasn't. I am not a hill climber. I was just doing it because it was during, it was right after pandemic. I think it was 21. And people were trying to open up bike races, you know. So there was nothing going on here in New Mexico, so I was having to go.
Wasserklotch said the ladies on the bike I take normally hike a lot in Arizona. Wasserklotch said they have been telling me some of the details.
I was just trying to get as much bike racing under my belt as I could, but I was having to go to Texas, Arizona, and Colorado just to get any bike racing in 21 and 22. And that was one of the races. It was actually a 2-day race. Day one was from Williams, Arizona. So we actually stayed in Williams, my wife and I, and you go.
Wasserklotch said flying from Edmonton to Arizona in the winter can be $90.
$90. That's like going to Vegas. Well, although lately going to Vegas has been kind of expensive by flight.
Wasserklotch said so it's typically a place a lot of people go in the winter. Our neighbors liked it so much they moved.
When you say Edmonton, are you talking about? When I hear Edmonton, I'm thinking Oklahoma. Is that where you're out of?
Wasserklotch said Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Oh. Okay. I think I've had this conversation with you before and have mistakenly Americanized you before.
Wasserklotch said north of you.
Yeah, understood. I think I've had this conversation with you before, and I don't know why I'm getting you.
Wasserklotch said how it's okay.
I get getting you confused with there's somebody else.
Wasserklotch said that's why I said the travel is good now.
Yeah. Understand now. I don't know why I always confuse you with somebody out of Texas. I can't remember his name now.
Wasserklotch said it's okay.
I'll tell you what, this bike is feeling Hang on. You know what? I think the YouTube chat is broke again. Let me see here. Let's see the last thing.
Similar to Texas.
Did you need a break? No, I read that one. Oh yeah, it was something about the chain ring. Okay, so YouTube chat, I guess, is still working. Oh. Well, we're already at 25 miles. It's hard for me to see that. Can anybody confirm my miles on the screen there? Is it 25? That's what my, I think that's what my odometer is showing. So no matter what, we're at least 50. We'll be at least 50 today.
Wasatch said 24.2.
Okay.
Shadowworker said 24.2.
All right, thank you. Well, that's good. I just got to go further. I really need to focus on going further today. But I think a break is going to be crucial here. I might even make it an eating break. I might stop at the Subway up here. We'll let the solar panel do some work. See if we can get my battery state of charge up. I'm currently at 77%, and I've been using a pretty high. I mean, I've been going back and forth between 4 and 5. Again, I'm trying to think about conserving battery, but allowing myself to do a little bit of work at the same time.
Zephyrin said I'm doing 30 to 40 a day in training right now.
30 to 40 a day, yeah. I really got to get myself up to these 100 miles like a couple of 2-3 days in a row. And I'm talking about with the e-bike. So the way I got to look at it is, I got to think about it as it's really 50 if I let the bike do a large portion of the work. That's kind of, I got to shift my mentality a little bit, that it's not like I'm doing 100, 150 on my regular road bike. I got to start testing the capabilities of how much I can let the bike do the work, get those further distances. Efficient like normal. I like that philosophy. It's hard to believe I'm in my physical condition now, and I'm not trying to say I'm that bad.
Zephyrin said the most important value you want to know is what hours per mile. Then you can be more aware of use or type of riding style or conditions in real time.
True. Yeah, I do want to, and I do want to stay up there and up there at an average of 18 miles per hour.
Coach said health can change quickly.
Yeah, I just like also Clutch, I was just thinking like, gosh damn it. I was just racing what, a year and a half ago, like at a national level. I let my racing license, my racing license, USA Cycling racing license has been, it has been on auto renew for years. Like, it was just no question, like, hell yeah, get my license, I'm gonna be racing this season, right? When all this shit hit the fan, I appreciate that.
PT Zebrin said what hours per mile? I'm usually at 14 to 15 watt hours per mile on tour.
I'm gonna go for at least 16 to 18. But when did shit hit the fan for me? Like, almost, it's been over a year now. Right? I think, yeah, a little over a year. Could be 2 years. Hang on, let me think about this. I think we'll be good. This here year will be going on my second year of not racing since this whole thing has happened.
Wasacloch said the rib turned out nice.
But I gotta notice that my
PT Zebrin said not miles per hour.
my license renewed again. I was like, okay, I think it's time for me to start like not renewing my license anymore because I'm not going to be racing anymore. So not miles per hour. So what's he talking about? Watts per mile.
Wasacloch said ever thought about coaching?
No. No. For one, it's not really like people here locally to coach, and the few people that have that market, even I can't even see that
Wasacloch said LOL.
that they stay busy.
Wasacloch said
I wouldn't even consider myself. I mean, I think I was good, and I think I have a lot of advice to offer. I mean, I had a couple of good coaches while I was here too, but from what I could tell, they're not even in the game anymore. Just the racing community. Even though there's a race this weekend down south near Hillsboro, New Mexico, the racing community, the scene has just died here.
Wasacloch said I was thinking about coming to Arizona in the winter to do some biking also.
That would be the place to do it.
Wasacloch said I found an Airbnb on the trails. Wasacloch said was hoping to do MT Lemon.
Oh yeah, Mount Lemon. That is one ride I've never done. My the team that I used to race for out of Dallas, they had a camp there one year, and I didn't make it that year. All right, let's see if I can position this bike to get maximum solar here.
Wasacloch said how is the e-bike on the climbs?
It's been pretty good. I mean, I've been climbing quite a bit here so far.
Wasacloch said when I am in Jasper people tour on them and it looks nice sometimes LOL. PT Zebrin said my psychoanalyst computer shows me that value in real-time example. 52 volts x 17 amp hours equals 884. At 14 watt hours per mile that is 63 miles per battery.
Oh, geez, you go all out. All right, let me see what we got going on here. Holy shit. 52 volts, 2.5 amps. Yeah, I got the sun. Bam. All right, y'all, let me go in here, grab something to eat, use the restroom. I'm gonna hide this phone here.
Wasaclutch said the sun works LOL.
Yeah, it is. Let's see here. I didn't even look at the input. I just looked at the output. All right, we got 31 volts in, 4.1 amps, 130 watts, 138, actually 140. 52.3 volts out, 2.5 amps. Oh God. All right, everybody. Let me go in here. Might go grab a sandwich and drink a beverage. Should I take the microphone? No, let me leave the microphone here. All right, y'all, I'm gonna leave the microphone here, so. I'll be back. I can still hear you all, but won't be able to talk.
syrup. Just sugar, dextrose. Panel is getting like 2.7 amps in. Good on charge. Very simple. Turkey syrup, turkey provolone, lettuce, tomato, parmesan.
I guess it'd help if I have the microphone on me.
Right.
Anybody want to take any guesses on what the charge of the battery will be up to when I get back on the bike? I got here, it was 77. gonna be hard to. I need to get back on the bike and keep going east. I can already feel the mental games going on in my head, like, you got pretty far today, it's okay to turn around. Oh shit. I want to save this because it's ice cold, but it's not going to stay ice cold. All right. All right. Here we go. Get back on the road. See what kind of battery we got. Take it. Yeah, look at that wind. That wind is not looking good. And it's at my back. Not really a good thing. It means that I could probably end up consuming more battery going back home. That brief little stop took me from 77% battery up to 86% battery. Not too shabby. Boy, those potato chips were pretty good. I don't very often get to enjoy just a bag of salty potato chips, but damn, that was good. I can't think of very many rides that where you're just doing a all-day training ride, 100-miler, where a nice bag of Lay's salty potato chips just set. Oh, heck yeah. The Gatorade hit the sandwich, not so much. I think I just needed the sandwich, but damn, those potato chips. Reminds me of back in the day when I would go to my Bad Kitty Fat Cat racing team training camps in Texas, down in Kerrville, Texas. One year my wife joined me, and it's always like a 3-day camp, and you know, there's usually kind of a short day. When I say short day, we're talking like a 70-mile day the first day, and then followed by the 100-miler day, and then there's usually one more ride after that, but sometimes people go home after that. But that 100-miler is the killer. It's the one that just, there's a big hill that you have to climb in amongst it. But the one year we did it, it rained the entire day. Like, it was non-stop. It's just like you just had to put on the gear and determine that you were going to be wet all day. But I remember that ride specifically because there were so many people that when we hit there was this one general store. It's out there in the middle of nowhere, Texas. But I think everybody had a bag of potato chips if they weren't eating pickles, you know. But it was pretty cold. I remember I was geared up. But it's just one of those days where like you've been just going balls to the wall. You're only like 60 miles in, you just climbed the big hill, you drop down into the next town, and everybody hits that general store, and I think people are just, everybody's just on the team is just pigging out at that general store. There were a few people that threw in the towel early. It was a rough ride. I mean, it's pretty demoralizing being out there in that cold, wet. That sounds nice. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Oh yeah, you get, I find that when you're doing these crazy kind of adventures that there's a whole lot of shit that you end up trying that you wouldn't normally do. It's amazing what a little calorie deprivation will do to you. Yeah. Leaving village of Tijeras. Golly, I remember doing bike races on this road when I was a junior. This road race that would come through here, it was called the Cedillo Hill Loop. We're talking 1986. We come down this way. We go under the bridge over there and go around the other side of the highway over there and come back up at the top of the hill up here, which is this top of this hill is what is called Cedillo Hill.
Wasatch said I've been doing rowdy. Wasatch said they have some Arizona rules.
Ah, let me ask you this. Have you tried the Petrified Forest route in Arizona?
Wasatch said no.
That's mine. That's actually my recording, my GPX file. Yeah, next time you're in there, go check out Petrified Forest Ride. Yeah, that was back in the day. I don't know if Ruby still allows you to do it, but there used to be an app. There was a secondary app that you could upload your own.
Wasatch said yes, I have to do that now.
Yeah, you do. It goes from the ranger station to the ranger station.
Wasatch said how long is it?
It's a 50 miler.
Wasatch said they are making it easier now to add rules.
Are they? Okay, good. I wasn't sure. I know, like I said, I did Ruby like back in 2012, maybe 2013. I was trying it out. No, 2014 maybe. 2015, so almost 10 years ago. Before I got into Zwift, I was doing Ruby. I think that's how I did it. But yeah, I ended up taking my video.
Wasatch said just again recently.
I took my video because I used to do that road, the Petrified Forest. It's an out and back from it was from ranger station to ranger station. It's 50.
We heard they launched this week.
Anytime I would drive to,
Wasatch said it's a globe you can spin.
anytime I would drive to Phoenix, I would stop there for my little ride, and then get back in and then head back, to Phoenix for work. But I recorded it one time, and that's what I uploaded. And so yeah, my route is on there. I haven't thought about trying Ruby again. I mean, I've got a full subscription to Zwift still. I noticed a few people are giving it a spin. Yeah.
Wasatch said trying to find it.
Yeah, you should be able to find it. I'm 99% sure it's still there. I think I went when everybody was doing the like an up in arms of like whether they're going to renew Zwift or not. I went and looked, and I went to go see if my ride was still there, and it is still there. In fact, I think Ruby may have made a duplicate of it to like correct some, there may have been some potential problems with it.
Wasatch said found it, I think.
Yeah, there might be two of them. I think there's two versions when I looked in there. And I think, my guess is that Ruby made a duplicate of it.
Wasatch said 82.3 kilometers. 3 stars LOL.
Is that good? 3 stars? Ugh. People don't like my route. Is that what they're saying?
Wasatch said 3/5. Wasatch said okay.
Oh God, man, bumpy road.
Wasatch said there is a blue rowdy name.
I think it might be the same. I don't know. I think there was a slight problem with the GPX file on mine. Like somehow, like I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, mine is the full route, ranger station to ranger station. But there was a slight problem at the very end where I don't know what happened, but somehow the timing of the video and the GPX file at the very end was about, I don't know, about 400 or 500 meters off. And I tried everything I could to align it. But for the most part, it is pretty spot on as far as even at the point you turn around, it's spot on.
Awesome Launch said I have had that happen with a few routes I have tried.
Boy, I am starting to feel the heat now.
To try later.
Cool. Yeah, let me know what you think of it. It's actually a fun ride to do in person. There's places there where it looks like you're. I'm not kidding. I feel like I'm riding on the moon. The way the landscape looks, the colors. You just would have like no idea that that's back in there unless you got off that road and went and drove it.
Awesome Launch said that's how I felt when I did the skyline hike in the Rockies. Awesome Launch said it felt like another planet.
Yeah, wait till you see this one. My wife rode it with me once, and she thought it was amazing. Just places where it's just like this white and pink.
Awesome Launch said.
Gears here.
Awesome Launch said going to do a few tips. I want to ride today too, huh? Awesome Launch said enjoy the ride.
All right, I'm sure I'll be here. Because I gotta at some point turn around and go back. Take it easy.
Awesome
Trying to keep my mind on keep going, don't turn around too early. I think it'd be a lofty goal to think that I could do 100 today, but I just have to see how I feel. Y'all, I am unfortunately feeling tired. Not quite sure if I'm gonna make this turnaround spot or not, but it's all, hang on, that didn't come through my text to speech. Who is that? It's all about the base. I think that's what it said. Oh. Oh. It's all about the base. Oh, okay, I got you. Oh. Man, I really feel like if I don't turn around, start heading back, I'm gonna regret the choice of like trying to keep going.
Sinna Soldier said thought it would be a fun TTS.
Oh, is that you over there? The PD Exervigrin? Is that you? It didn't come through. I mean, I'm gonna want to have to reset the app because it's gonna repeat everything on YouTube. You know, let me sit and contemplate for a little bit.
Soldier said yeah.
Oh, that's you. Okay, I hear you. I can tell you one thing. I can tell I'm gonna have a headwind going home. My hip is so
Since
tight.
Soldier said perhaps restart your trip so you can see the differences each way.
Hold on. I missed part of that. Restart your trip so you see the difference each way. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at those flags there. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be facing kind of like not really headwind, but definitely quarter cross headwind. So I'm probably going to end up using more battery going back, even though it's going to be downhill, so it's probably going to offset. But right now, hip, I'm going to try to stretch it out here. It's like, I remember I used to be able to do this figure 4, and I could get my knee like way down here. Look at that. Like fucking stiff as a 2x4. I've just lost since I don't want to make excuses, but it seems like just ever since the whole damn blood clot, quit racing, it's like I've let a lot of things go as far as like core functionality, stretching, flexibility. It's just, and here I am paying the price for it now. Oh. Remember when this shit used to be easy? Look at that, getting 2.8 amps in. 2.8 amps charge. Excuse me.
Sinna Soldier said I'm 45. My knees are why I tore by a bike. It is what it is. Too many crashes.
Yeah. Too many crashes. I was talking to my wife about that, I think. And I was talking to my mom too, but I think my hip is like a combination of like a car crash years ago when I was a teenager, multiple bike crashes landing on the side. There's one time I was out on my ATVs and made this jump and realized that there's no landing. Let go of the bike and I hit the ground, and then the four-wheeler hit me on the side of the hip. I think this is like a combination of a lot of things that was through the years. It used to not bother me. Well, I shouldn't say it didn't bother me when I was riding. It would have its points where it would flare up, and like oftentimes if I was in a bike race, I would have to like I knew it was flaring up and I'd have to push through it if I wanted to stay in the race. And then there's times where it doesn't bother me at all, but it just seems like lately.
Soldier said you're still on the bike.
Yes. Despite it, I still get on. I can't imagine not getting on because when it's all said and done, you get on and it's like, okay, yeah, every day's a battle on like, do I even want to fucking ride anymore? And it's like, I get on the bike and it's like, you know what? I still enjoy this shit. It still feels good. I like, even though I'm not racing, I'm like, I mean, look at me. I'm wearing instead of a $600 racing kit, I mean, granted, I got nice shorts on. I'm wearing a fishing shirt, a sun shirt, you know? And look, I used to make fun of people that wore cat ears on their helmet. And here I am, I got cat ears on my helmet. Y'all see my cat ears? Look at my cat ears. I thought it was the nerdiest thing, the funniest thing in the world to see people going by and they got these black fuzzy things on their helmet, but I'm a believer in them now. You try to tell me different, I'll fight you over it.
The soldier said no.
Fred. That was the term we used back in the day in the bike shops. Fred. Oh, there's a Fred. Look at that Fred. All right, y'all. I guess this is going to be official turnaround point. I hate to do it, but I'm going to reset this IRL link. See how much repeats. So all together though, so we're, well, I can't see that, 34.8, so 35 miles. So we might get close to 70. I don't think we will because unlike when I get to the city, I'm probably going to diagonal to go kind of straight home. Well, I guess we'll have to see when I get there how I feel. Because when I came out of the city, I kind of wrapped all the way around. So it was definitely longer than just, you know, from my house where I live in the northwest valley, you could pretty much diagonal straight out of Albuquerque to the canyon. But I decided to make a big square and go all the way around. All right, here we go, everybody. Back at it. Back at it. You can feel that wind. That's for sure. Oh yeah, there's the wind. Now, this is why I'm glad I got the cat ears. Look at that mountain. Uh-oh, here comes the YouTube chat repeat again. Oh God. There it goes. Oh boy.
Their tenant said he great as a cameraman, only willing to
There it is. I hope I don't have to reset the YouTube chat again. That is pretty annoying when it repeats everything. Hold on. Didn't hear all that. Let me try to read it here real quick. Where is it at? Okay, here we go. I was riding north on 550. So to Cuba. Skip Grants and go north instead. So, hang on, I'm trying to think what are you talking about, like heading north, like right out of Albuquerque instead of going to Grants and then jumping on the Divide Trail to Cuba? 550 is actually pretty good. I've ridden it on with this solar trailer. It's not the best because they've jacked up the they've jacked up the pavement. The way they did the shoulder, they didn't go all the way. They did it like halfway, and there's places where it's like 8-inch and 10-inch lip. It's disastrous. I'm surprised that some of the bicycle advocacy groups haven't jumped all over their asses yet, but it's actually a good route. It's got a wide shoulder. I think it's a little questionable after let me think. It's been a while since I've been on it, whether it's bicycle, motorcycle, or car. I'm trying to think. I want to say there's places where there's like not much shoulder, but for the most part you have a good shoulder all the way. No. Most everybody that rides out that way takes just 550 direct. But you have good shoulder for a lot of it. I think there's just going to be, memory serves me right, there are small areas where there's not much shoulder, but for the most part you have a pretty decent shoulder all the way out. If you're talking about like heading all the way out towards like Farmington and then cutting over, I mean, I'm not sure, I can't remember exactly where the Divide Trail goes up through that way. I'm trying to imagine the lines in my head where it would go up through, like where it would cross. But Cuba is doable. It's actually on my list as far as trying to take this solar trailer setup to Cuba, spend the night and come back. Other than the trails fucked up for pulling a trailer. Okay. Yeah, I would say it's doable. I mean, I have no qualms at all about taking this. Even though that shoulder's jacked up, I know how to navigate it. I could do it on this bike. God. You think so? I thought there were some areas that are kind of rough. That's why Good job, Harley. You gotta calm down a little bit. Calm down. Calm down. You calm down.
371, 1,139 milliseconds. Power confidence at 6 Black Ops Club, 660.
Yeah, it'd be definitely more time. Yeah, I think it'd definitely be more time saving, you know, to kind of go up and cut across over to catch it instead of, like I said, kind of like I did getting out of Albuquerque, you know, just did a big square to catch it. You'd be diagonaling, you know, towards it. Oh my God. Wind. I should have predicted this wind was going to be a big nuisance. But I got cat ears. It's not as annoying. Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed, that this thing is pretty stable. I've taken it up. I don't think I've been up over like 40 miles an hour with it, but I don't really intend, like I said, I don't do these type of rides anymore to worry about going fast. Oh my God. Wind. I should have known. Should have known. I'm gonna have to get down. When now? Tell me again. I think you said already, but when are you planning on doing that? How far away are we from doing that? God. wind. Not gonna lie, this wind is demoralizing. Demoralizing. Nope. Yeah. Alright. One more, that's it. You guys got double the trees because the camera closed. Alright, here we go, Marley. That's good. That's good job. Alright. You think you're gonna get some more? We're done. We're done, we're done. Nope, 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 nope. Stillbender Brewery. And I've not had one of their beers yet because I quit drinking beer a couple of years ago, and I'll have one here and there. Like when I go on to Vegas next week, when we're on vacation in Vegas, I'll probably have a beer here and there. But I honestly don't drink beer very much. Oh, here comes all the kids. Those are some high-pitched, squeaky voices. I think we'll be good just to get another year under the belt and out of the way, especially since 2020.
my mind goes back to 2019 and thinking about how excited people were for the year 2020. I mean, I recall reading memes and tweets about the Roaring 20s, even though the Roaring 20s was a whole nother era, right? But, and 2020 just ended up being shit.
All of you see a good view. All right, well, it's all downhill from here. That's always the cool and fun thing about the effort of going up, is you get the pleasure of going down. And this is where my 210-pound frame takes advantage of gravity, motherfuckers. Hello. So you all hang on, because you all are about to get an experience.
And you want to talk about forgetting. That's on Twitch, so that's a standard command then. Yeah, and you want to talk about forgetting, Dimitri. I turned 55 in a couple of weeks, and my memory is just getting worse. It is not as sharp as it used to be. And it's not all due to age. You do know that they say that when you get married, the memory is the second thing you lose. Don't ask me what the first is, because I forgot.
Oh, come on, are you kidding me? Dude, we're all turning left, not just you. I tell you, there's some... Hello. Okay, I think that's live. hope somebody got a clip of that. Wow. Let's see here. Are we still live? Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. You know, I knew that rock was right there, and so I avoided that rock, but didn't think about the rear wheel. I didn't think about the rear wheel of that. Hit that rock and just popped the whole thing up. The stream bag. Hold on, in fact, I gotta go secure the stream bag. It even came completely out of the bungee, so it rolled out of the bungee. It rolled out of the bungee and probably would have come out this hole in front of the trailer. The solar panel got wonky. In fact, I'm gonna go straighten some of that out while I leave this microphone plugged in here. So I'll be right back. The whole trailer just flipped on me. Yep. Damn it. That's cool. Just missed it. The whole trailer just completely flipped on me. Hit a rock. Try to fix that. Park myself in front of this orange sign over here. It seems like, for whatever reason, even though there's 2 lanes, people don't want to move over. No, not yet. My spirit's not broken yet. It's borderline there. It's borderline there. I'm gonna go ahead and try to fix this flat and try to keep on going. Scrape my leg too. Yeah. Feels loud. Should I change it or just repair it? That way I don't have to do it later. Oh, there's the hole. I see it now. Holy moly. Eric, I wouldn't have known that there was a big old screw in this if the trailer hadn't flipped over on me. You missed it. I'm gonna have to go back and clip the video on Twitch. So in the process of flipping the trailer back over and inspecting everything, I noticed I had a big old screw in the tire. I decided to pull the screw out. Damn thing. Yeah, it did catch me off guard. I don't know, I momentarily forgot about rear end and clearing that tube. That's the rear wheel when I saw the rock. trying to practice with this pump that my wife got me before I'm out here on the road trying to figure out how to use it, because I can't see this, read the damn screen. Yeah. Thanks. Man, that trailer, the solar panel took a good hit. Shredded that frame up pretty good. All right. Now we got to get our ass motivated to get back on the bike and get moving. I'll probably stop again just to check that. Just make sure my patch held up. back at it. Let's see here. My phones are all jacked up. YouTube. Oh shit. I was thinking we would I guess I could have probably turned the panel. I didn't really think about it. Because we didn't really pick up, I mean, all that time I was sitting there, I could have picked up a lot more watts of solar, but I wasn't really worried about setting up the panel. All right. I gotta remember, I don't know why I forgot that one time, but I saw the rock and didn't even think about the trailer needing to clear that rock. Darn it. Of course, all that time sitting stationary, I gotta use the bathroom now. My thinking is that screw, like hours ago, that I recall seeing sitting straight up. I'm wondering if I actually got it. like I remember seeing that damn screw on the road, or it looked like a big tack or something. I was like, holy shit, that thing's like right there. That screw went through a pretty heavy-duty tire, a liner, and a thorn-resistant tube. Like just, it went through all of it. all about themselves, aren't they? That car's turning left, that car's turning left, I'm turning left, and this one D over here thinks he's got the right to pull up in front of everyone to go left. That's how you get road rage started. Is this cheese sauce? Why can't I taste that? I think it's cheese.
Power gone. Setting switch to lit. Lab off slow. 701. 83 milliseconds.
How long have I been live streaming? It's got to be over 3, 4 plus hours. I wonder why the microphone died. It's a little odd. Seemed like that was the culprit of why that whole fiasco happened, is because I stopped. I was trying to plug in the microphone. Avoided the rock, hit the rock with the trailer. Got everything all fixed and discovered while I was inspecting everything I had a big screw in the tire. But it was all because the microphone charge had died. Alright, well, this is where decisions must be made on which way am I going home. Because I can start kind of diagonaling and like kind of diagonal home or take a long way around home. If I diagonal home, I won't get obviously near as many miles as I want, but I had a long day out. Long day out. based on what that flag is doing, side wind, so heading down is going to be headwind, but at least it's down. Keyword down. Man, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I have got there's a restroom somewhere. I'm trying to think of a place I can quickly stop. Or I could just put in a little bit more effort and sweat here. I think this is another reason is I'm kind of still thinking out loud my processes, why it's going to be important that when I start this tour that I'm out early, get the day started early to allow for mishaps and problems. It's like today, in comparison, is really going to be a short day compared to the kind of days I need to put in to do the 100 to 100 and I keep saying 150, but I think the max is somewhere around 120 on most of the destination to destination. I think there may have been like one that I remember calculating that was close to 150. Yeah, I'm good. Seems like the tube is holding up. My spirit is still holding up. I think we're good. up a greasy hill on a snowy day. It's like trying to smear yourself with Vaseline and roll down a hill of fresh cut grass. Amazon Prime. Y'all, if you're on Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, you can use it to sub to the channel. Oh my God. Shit. These lights are demoralizing more than the flat. Is it flat? Oh no, it's flat. Gosh damn it. Yeah. Get off the trail here and check it. Get off the trail here and check it. Fuck. It's flat. Alright. Learn that. I'm probably gonna need some kind of block of wood or something. the bed for it. There's the patch. My best guess.
I was planning on doing that tomorrow after lunch.
some screwed up. Alright. Still here. Nope. Pushing through. I'll get there. This flats again. I'm going to what's more exhausting. All right, let's carry on. tell you what, I think everything that could go wrong is possibly almost going wrong today. You know? Just one of those days. You're left here. You left. Let's see here. Can I get a mileage check? Anybody? Can't see my screen. just nobody's around. Just made my screen a little more blurry. Amazon Prime. You can sub for free with your Amazon Prime. Here's the wind. Wondering where the wind was at. Never disappoints. Being right here in my face. Got tumbleweeds blowing across the road. Oh, there's a dust devil going on right there. Oh, don't hit me, dust devil. Ah. That was close. Just brushed by the side of that dust devil. Oh. You know, I'm me right now. I should quit right now and call my wife. Come pick up. When I'm within the home stretch, last 5 or 6 miles. It's like, I'm done. I don't want no more. I don't want no more. Oh boy. I think the problem is when I get home, it's gonna be too late to take a nap. I feel tired, but I don't feel tired like I need to take a nap. It's just like I'm tired of being on the bike, tired of being in the sun, tired of being in the saddle. almost home, and it looks like I can barely read my odometer. It looks like 64 miles. So we might end up with close to 70 on the day, which is pretty good. It's not quite what I want. We've been out a long time, dealt with mishaps, and took some breaks. We got pretty far. So I'll be happy with 70 miles, all things considering. We'll end up with 70 miles and about 50% battery. And granted, some of that is due to just not stopping for the brakes like I wanted to allow the solar to bring up the charge I wanted to. I've been riding a fairly much higher level of assist the last, oh gosh, I don't even know how long, probably since that flat. The last, when I changed the flat last, I've been in assist level 6. I got tired of letting the bike do a heck of a lot more work. Able to cover a lot more distance a lot quicker too, because keeping the speeds over 20 miles an hour. All right, here comes the bumpy road. Oh my God. Remember these bumps being this bad. up here. Only because I know. Oh, damn it. All right, I'm almost home, but not like that close. I'm close. But I'm gonna start my farewells now to everyone. Had quite a few viewers on YouTube today. Appreciate all those that came through and kept me company ride there on YouTube. Oh, God, come on, hill. Oh, pedal, pedal, pedal. Come on, motor, give me more. Give me more. So YouTube, definitely appreciate all those of you that stopped by today on the chat. Twitch, as always. A good number of people in Twitch today. Chats were pretty active in the beginning of the ride, but got quiet. You know, definitely towards the end of the ride here as we've been trying to close out these last miles to get home. So I'm like within the last couple of miles here, so get ready to start finding someone to raid. We may not raid, I don't know, I might just rather than spending time trying to find someone to raid, I might just go ahead and just stop the stream altogether. Unless there's somebody there in the Twitch chat that has somebody they would like to raid, just drop me a name. Very dramatic. I really didn't want to stop at that light. Cross over there. Oh, there's an opening. Okay, everybody. Oh, you know what I noticed too is looks like in that little wreck, a screw came out on the corner. Looks like this one popped out over here. Definitely gonna have to do some reinforcements on this here. I may be reconstructing this whole frame and doing aluminum frame. But everyone, that's gonna do it for me today. Appreciate everybody that came around on all the chats, both YouTube and Twitch. We're just gonna do a quick peek and see who is on, and send you out on a raid. Is anybody biking? Let's see here. Let's do this here really quick. All right. Open that raid. And all right, everybody, we're going to send you off to Relic today. And we shall see you all soon on the next one.